ค everybody. Well, we are in our last day of technical discussions. So it will be thrilling to see this ending also very well, like it did last 2 days. So hopefully you can manage this with me to have this discussion today as successful as we did last 2 days. So dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back everyone. I hope you had a pleasant evening last night. And this morning we will work until 12:30 with a short coffee break around 10:30. I will try to look at the clock to have it good, manageable. And today we offer you again a 2-hour lunch break. And that is, some people question it, but it's free. So in the hotel, the Flow restaurant is free to enjoy 2 hours of lunch. Just wave this and you can go ahead. But you can also choose to go out. That's not free, that's not on us, that's on your own, but you still can do it. So I would like to start with our discussion on item number 14, guidance on data analysis for the development of maximum levels and for improved data collection. And we have for this the CRD 39, which has been made available on the website, and Frans has already enlightened you on Sunday and on Monday. So we get more enlightenment today. So Frans, can we give the floor to you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, I want also to thank my co-chairs, Japan, the Netherlands and USA, because this is a joint effort, and without their very valuable contribution, this would not have been possible. So now moving on the presentation. Next slide. So just a small background on what we agreed and discussed last year. In fact, last year we did already agree on the changes to be done to the GEMS food database, and they were then provided to the GEMS food database administrator. We also discussed last year a new work procedure for finalizing the guidance on data analysis for development of MLs and for improved data collection. And last year it was also agreed that the work for prior to this meeting would focus on finalization of the modifications to the GEMS food database template and related guidance. It was foreseen to organize one virtual working group meeting to discuss on data collection and submission and data extraction, and also the discussion on the structure and the content of the main document for the section data selection, cleanup and statistical data analysis was discussed with a decision on which of the more complex issues were to be addressed in the future in separate annexes to the main document. And also for this, it was organized to organize one other virtual working group meeting between the 2 Codex sessions to discuss this part. Next slide. It was also foreseen that then the outcome of the discussion within the working group and also following the virtual working group meetings would then be circulated for comments via a circular letter, and then the comments would be discussed in a pre-session working group or in an in-session working group. We used the Codex electronic working group platform for for exchange of information and to facilitate the work. It is important to highlight that the guidance document is a practical guidance, an internal document for the working procedures within CCCF in order to guide the electronic working groups in performing data analysis for the development of MLs. Also, it was agreed that indeed, well, we had identified in the many years that we are already discussing this guidance document, some topics which might be appropriate to address, but it was agreed in order not to overcomplicate the current guidance, not to include it yet in the guidance document, but to indeed list them as possible issues for future discussions and then possibly to integrate at a later stage in the main guidance. It was also agreed to maintain or to retain the chairmanship structure with indeed the European Union as chair and Japan, the Netherlands and the United States as co-chairs. Next slide. As regards the work process, so a first virtual working group meeting took place on the part data collection, data submission and data extraction of the guidance on data analysis for development of maximum levels and for improved data collection on the 31st of October 2024 with the United States as virtual working group chair. The comments made at the virtual working group by the participants and then later on also the additional comments posted on the Codex forum platform by Japan were taken into account in the version of the guidance available in Appendix 1 to CCCF 18-15. Next slide. A second virtual working group meeting took place on the combined parts, data selection, cleanup of data, and also statistical analysis, so these two sections were merged, of the guidance. And this meeting, this virtual working group meeting took place on the 26th of February 2025 with the Netherlands and Japan as virtual working group chairs. The comments made at the virtual working group meeting by the participants and the additional comments posted on the Codex forum platform by Thailand, USA, Singapore, Brazil, and International Council of Beverage Associations were taken into account in the version of the guidance also available in Appendix 1 to CCCF 25-18-15. As there has been some significant changes, and in order to also to increase the transparency for those who would like to check how the document has been changed, how the comments have been taken into account, track changes with indeed comment boxes on how the comments have been taken into account is available on the Codex forum platform. Next slide. So we have indeed then finally finalized this CCCF 25-18-15 on the 4th of June 2025 and was uploaded on the CCCF18 website, but that was indeed too late to issue a circular letter for comments. So in fact, currently the current fields of the GEMS food database template are listed in the guidance table, table 1 of the guidance in Appendix 1. We have also introduced some new changes, certain, I would say easy implementable changes such as additional flags, additional comments, maybe also an additional element for choosing in drop-down menus. And these changes are highlighted in the document as bracketed changes, single bracketed changes with blue text. And there is also indeed some more, I would say, substantial changes with new fields, which require a more substantial update of the GEMS food database. And these changes, which we were indeed of the opinion that this would take more time to implement, they are indeed double bracketed and also mentioned in purple. In fact, the aim was that indeed the changes which were highlighted in single brackets and blue could have been possibly implemented before CCCF 18, but indeed due to resources, the WHO informed us that this was not possible. Next slide. So the conclusion was that in fact the guidance is developed for internal CCCF working procedure. There's a guidance for electronic working groups. Therefore, it was concluded overall also at the virtual working group meetings as well within the chairmanship structure that the main part of the guidance on data analysis for development of MLs and for improved data collection could be endorsed at this meeting after having taken into account the comments received prior and during CCCF18, with the understanding that the document will be updated following the implementation of the agreed changes to the GEMS food database template. And of course, it's a living document, so of course experiences gained in the electronic working groups in applying the guidance document could indeed result that certain issues might need to be further worked out or to be modified, taken into account experiences in practice. Next slide. So this led to the recommendations as they are listed in paragraph 19 of CCCF18-15 to the CCF18. So, of course, to endorse the main part. Then we had also an issue last year as regards these, I would say, preliminary exposure estimates following, considering different hypothetical MLs, which is currently already practice done within electronic working groups. It was discussion, is it within the remit of indeed the electronic working group CCF, or is that rather for JECFA, which is as risk assessor primarily responsible also for performing exposure assessments. And so to clarify these roles, and that is also clarified later on in my presentation and should be clarified in paragraph 157 of the guidance document. And then we have also to consider further work on the annexes of the guidance provided in Appendix 1, as well further work on indeed the topics for discussion as they are identified in Appendix 2 to CCCF 25-18-15. Next slide. So in the in-session working groups, so what were the main points of discussion? So we had, in fact, if it is now 2 in-session working groups or 1 in-session working group, which was continued on Monday, that I leave open to the chair to see how that is decided. So I say, okay, it's in first in-session working group was organized on Sunday, 22nd of June, 2025. In fact, at this session, it was mainly an information session on the background, the work process, and the recommendations to CCCF18 to warm up the delegates for the discussions on Monday and today. A second in-session working group, a virtual in-session working group was organized on Monday, the 23rd of June. And during that meeting, in fact, the main part of the guidance document was discussed, where we also indeed also particularly paid attention to the comments made by China, Thailand, and India received prior to the session via the conference room documents, but also, of course, there were comments made during the session itself. What were now the main points of discussion during the in-session working group? So, of course, there were the comments from China related to the fact that the GEMS food database template should enable better the submission of data of paired samples, meaning indeed samples where you analyze or where you have the result of the contaminant in the raw material before processing, and then also have from the same batch, but after processing, again, an analysis and also the result. Indeed, the aim of that would be to better assess the efficacy of codes of practices, of practices to reduce the presence of contaminants. While this is, of course, acknowledged, it was found that this is not really easy to implement in the GEMS food database template, and in the current practice we can see that these effects of processing, effects of codes of good manufacturing of good practices, that they are more indeed to be seen through indeed specific studies, specific investigations, specific research studies, and which are published in the scientific literature. And so therefore, while we address this comment, this has not led to a change in the GEMS food database template as proposed. Next slide. We had also a discussion following a comment from Canada as regards indeed currently the LOD and is mandatory in case indeed there is no, in case of a non-quantified result and in case also the LOQ is not mentioned, or indeed the same applies to the LOQ. And now we have changed it that indeed from the LOQ, the limit of quantification, would be mandatory in all cases, also for quantified results, and the LOD optional. It was mentioned why indeed should also not be the limit of determination not be made mandatory, because it is important for certainly for data sets which a lot of left sensor data, and in case these data are used for exposure assessments, that this would be indeed improve the fine-tuning and of indeed the exposure assessments. But okay, we explained also that indeed large data sets currently submitted do not have this limit of detection, and indeed for ML setting, the limit of quantification is the most important. But indeed, it is clearly also mentioned in the notes, I think paragraph 46, that indeed the submission of the providing of the limit of detection is encouraged. Then we had a discussion as regards the use of data sets with nearly all quantified results, but without reporting of the limit of detection, limit of quantification. So now in the current guidance, it is foreseen that these data sets could be used. There was the comment from ICBA to say, well, we think that this should not be taken into account, but referring to what I just said, in fact, we know that we have now currently the data can be submitted, and if they are containing nearly all quantified results, there is no obligation to submit the, to provide the LOQ or LOD. So it has been agreed at the in-session working group to add a footnote, but time was too limited to work out the footnote, and that the footnote as proposed is indeed put in a separate slide for consideration by the plenary. Then as regards indeed data submission, it's important that the data do reflect good practices. And also now, of course, in paragraph 100, there was reference made that guarantees should be provided. But of course, this is not always that straightforward. So as regards paragraph 100, we have some softer wording agreed. Then as regards paragraph 109 and 110, we had quite some extensive discussions as regards the exclusion of data sets related to the non-implementation of codes of practices. So there was indeed, for certain delegations, the fear that this would result in the exclusion of data sets, even if indeed from, for instance, if data were originating from before a Codex code of practice was applied or adopted, and indeed where they have already at national level implemented good practices. So indeed, during the meeting, there was a discussion. Finally, after the meeting, there were some further bilateral exchanges with indeed the concerned country. India was possibly was the most concerned country, but also possibly also other member countries might have been concerned. And so there is now a new proposal, and also this is a part of a separate slide. We had some discussion as regards the statistical methods, the parametric versus non-parametric methods, and there has been some changes, but following then more checking, in fact, we had to recorrect what we had agreed in the in-session working group, and what is now presented will be, which is in the separate slide as regards 132, 133. Then, following a comment from Thailand, we slightly updated the paragraph 145. And then, as regards the paragraph 157, on the preliminary exposure assessments, there's a paragraph on indeed related to hypothetical MLs. This is, of course, related to the main point, to the second point of the recommendations to CCCF18 on the role of CCCF, electronic working groups, and JECVA. And also, this is in a separate slide, but time was too limited to discuss that in the in-session working group. So this has not been discussed in the in-session working group, but the proposal is available in the slide and was planned to be also in the document, but I see it has not yet been implemented in the document in the CRD 39. Next slide. So the proposed footnote now to the paragraph, to the second bullet of paragraph 94, where we say that indeed in case of data sets with nearly all quantified results, the electronic working group could consider the use of these data even if indeed no LOD or LOQ is provided. And so we say, well, as a clarification in the footnote, we say in the current GEMS food database template, the reporting of the LOD or LOQ is not mandatory in case of quantified results. Therefore, these results, these data, reported with this template could be used, in particular in case of insufficient other data, but with the clear indication in the document presented by the electronic working group to the plenary of CCF that for these data sets, no LOQ, LOD was provided. So this is the point, of course. Once indeed we have implemented a new template, and we have also indeed in the guidance document as a standard period of time in which data could be considered of 10 years, of the past 10 years for setting MLs. So I would say within maybe 12, 13 years, this footnote can be deleted, but it will have to be staying for another 12 years, I would assume. Next slide. Then on the paragraph 109 and 110, as I said, it was quite an extensive discussion and also a bit of fear from certain member countries that data sets could arbitrarily exclude it from indeed using it for setting MLs. And indeed, based upon the discussions mostly past in session working group, and in order to address the concern of the member countries involved, together with indeed the co-chairs, we have indeed proposing here this change to the paragraphs 109, 110. It is mainly a deletion on what criteria could be used to exclude data. It is in fact mainly now highlighting that indeed if a Codex code of practice has been established and implemented, the data under consideration should be from the years after the implementation of that code of practice to reflect good agriculture practice and manufacturing practices. And that is also in line with what we have in the preamble to the general standard for contaminants and toxins in feed and food, where we say that indeed for setting MLs, we should consider indeed the data, occurrence data, which have been generated following application of good practices. Of course, it's not specified if that is following a good practice of Codex code of practice or national, but the point that indeed the basis is indeed good practices should be applied for indeed as a basis for setting MLs. So that then indeed, if the electronic working group excludes data on the basis of data being collected before implementation of the code of practice, and that is important, indeed, a member country can, by submitting the data, say, look, these data originates from years before the Codex code of practice, but we did already implement at national level a code of practice which are similar or equivalent to the measures as they are provided in the code of practice, in the Codex code of practice. So also these data have to be taken into account. So these data are then put together with the data submitted after the implementation of the code of practice. So, and then for all other data, of course, if the electronic working group decides that these data should be excluded from the assessment for elaborating an ML, that then it should be clearly provided a rationale and also clearly documented in the final document presented by the electronic working group. I hope that this is indeed addressing the concerns from the member countries involved as regards these two paragraphs. Of course, now looking at this paragraph, it's clear that if this is accepted, possibly we will have to merge the two paragraphs, which will have consequences for the numbering of the subsequent paragraphs. And also when there is references to the subsequent paragraphs, that also has to be taken into account. Next slide. So as regards now the parametric and the non-parametric methods, statistical methods of statistical method for the analytical results. So in fact, it was said that, well, initially we said in the session working group we have to change it to the non-parametric statistical methods, because that was referring to the Mann-Whitney U-test and the Kruskal-Wallis-Hash test, which are indeed non-parametric methods. But in fact, these are referred to in the paragraph 133. So following then further considerations after the in-session working group, it was indeed found appropriate to maintain the term parametric statistical methods, but to change the examples from Mann-Whitney U-test to T-test for 2 data sets, or to ANOVA for more than 2 data sets, for 2 or more data sets. So, of course, these are statistical methods for statisticians under us. As you can see in the paragraph 133, there we have the reference to the non-parametric statistical methods, and there we do reference to the Mann-Whitney U-tests, and also the Kruskal-Wallis-Hash tests are available. And I also was informed this morning that it would be appropriate to add after the Mann-Whitney U-tests in paragraph 133 that this is for 2 data sets, and that the Kruskal-Wallis-Hash tests that we add there between brackets for 2 or more data sets. So these are the changes also made after the in-session working group, and I hope that the plenary can agree upon it. Next slide. Finally, we come to paragraph 157, which also addresses the issue of the relationship between the work done on exposure assessments by electronic working groups and CCF and indeed JECFA. So in fact, now the wording as proposed for paragraph 157 is saying, well, it is indeed to ensure that the proposed MLs are protective of consumer health. It might be appropriate to quantitatively evaluate the effect of hypothetical MLs in reducing dietary exposure from the target commodity. So this is important. We look only at the target commodity, we do not do comprehensive exposure assessments looking at other sources of exposure. It's only looking at the target commodity. So it's indeed a very simplified, straightforward exposure assessment. And indeed, when we are doing that, when revising or setting a new ML, then it's looking at the situation without an ML and hypothetical MLs under consideration. In case of indeed of a revision of an existing ML, it's of course to look into the changes in dietary exposure from the target commodity from the existing MLs with indeed the new hypothetical MLs under consideration. So, and indeed it is stated that these preliminary exposure assessments from the target commodity can be conducted as information, as reference information electronic working groups tasked with recommending MLs if the resources are available within the electronic working group. But it is clear that once indeed we come to more detailed or more complex evaluations that are necessary, that is then starting to fall outside the remit of the electronic working group or CCCF, And in these cases, CCF can, of course, request JECFA to conduct evaluation of effects of hypothetical MLs on the reduction of dietary exposure, as calculation of dietary exposure is a risk assessment function that should be undertaken by JECFA. So this is in particular the cases when we want to look into the overall exposure from all sources and see what is the effect of the hypothetical ML from that commodity on the overall exposure. Then, of course, we will have to refer this task to JECFA. So this is the rephrased paragraph 157. And so for indeed, well, the reference to the Annex 4, that depends on, of course, the discussions we will have later on as regards further work on the annexes. Next slide. So the reference to the annexes, what is proposed? So it is proposed that for the annexes for which at CCCF18 it is agreed to work further post CCCF18, that it is proposed to keep the references to the annexes in the main part of the guidance, with the addition to be later available, because they will not be available yet, because they have still to be reworked. And of course, we might see to have to renumber the annexes in case certain annexes will not be retained for further work, or in case it is decided to merge certain annexes. And then for the annexes for which at CCF18 we already agreed that there is no further work needed, that we don't indeed take them up, then it might be proposed to delete the references in the main part of the guidance. Or it could be that without having a discussion on the annexes, that the plenary decides there is no further work needed, but the annex can stay, so then of course it can also. But I don't expect that to be the case. Next slide. So then if we are indeed finally endorsing, hopefully endorsing the main part of the guidance document, just to explain what would be the status and the publication of this guidance document. So this is a screenshot of the website of the CCF8 of the CCF website, and as you can see on your right side on back, there is related information documents. So that would be indeed an information document for internal working procedure for CCF. And next slide. And so that would be the third related information document. Next slide. So indeed, well, the first recommendation to the plenary is indeed to indeed endorse the main part of the guidance changed as agreed at the working group on on the 22nd and 23rd. No, it's not May, it's June. And in line with what is suggested in the slides before as regards the changes also post the in-session working groups, and then to publish it as an information document on the CCF18 website. The other slides relates to the annexes and the further topics for discussion. I do not know, Madam Chair, if you want me to go through first now, or if you want first to start the discussion on the main part of the guidance document.
Maybe it's good to do the main part first and then continue with the discussion of issues to be taken up for the next years, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you, EU, USA, the Netherlands and Japan for this massive work. It was really massive work, and there were a lot of preparations beforehand. We had a lot of working groups beforehand, and we had a huge result with 166 paragraphs for us to guide us through data analysis and deriving MLs, and it only reflects how difficult and important our work is. So as Frans already stated, it is to be published as an information document with the understanding that this document will remain a living document and this is prone for updates when needed. So we do not sit this now down in solid ground. We can update whenever we would feel like to it. So, and that's why I would like to go through the distinctive paragraphs where the EU already stated, these are actually the ones which we would like to change before endorsement of this document. And I would like to continue with these paragraphs. Giuseppe, do we put them on screen? So the first paragraph, which has been updated due to our elaborate discussions, is paragraph 94, if I'm correct. So it was the proposed footnote with a length of time, 10 years. I have it in the footnote to first and then second bullet of paragraph 94, right? EU? Is this the page? Yes? So this is the proposed footnote. And I'm looking at plenary whether we are in agreement. Yes, please, USA.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, EU, for your chairmanship of this work group. We're happy with the footnote, except would request that at the very end we add a phrase like, in agreement with the rules at the time the data were submitted. And the idea is to make sure that the data are not, let's say, insulted in the paper that comes out of the working group, since they were submitted correctly in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. I see EU also nodding, so it's in agreement. I can see no other plenary, yes, and I will go to the observers, so it's Igba.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can support the changes made here, but wanted to ask for clarification from the chair of the in-session working group. We did make an intervention at that time on paragraph 72 to change. It was a minor edit, and we wanted it, the last few words in paragraph 72 to be changed from finished product beverages to just finished foods. And we just wanted clarification that that change sounded like there was confirmation to make that change, and just wanting to get clarity that that change will be made in this document. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please, EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, in fact, I wanted only to highlight the main, I highlighted in my presentation the main changes. The obvious changes, I did not mention them, but they have been done. You can see Giuseppe go up on paragraph 72. You can see that the comment from ICBA has been taken into account, but that was so straightforward that I did not want to mention it here specifically. Thank you.
So this is for all of you to take a leap of faith that all the changes which has been in accordance to the previous sessions have been taken down, and we only will go into the somewhat major alterations which might have some discussion in plenary. So please have a leap of faith on this one. So this is the footnote is in accordance, I can see. So we will continue to paragraph 109 and 110. So that has been text strikeouts and some additions. It's now on screen. Is everybody in agreement with this new proposed text? Yes, I can see so. Then we continue with paragraph 132, 133, where another wording about the tests has been made. the T-test and the ANOVA test. European Union?
So may I ask Giuseppe to add also in paragraph 133 after the Mann-Whitney U tests between brackets for 2 data sets. No, yeah, well, you can copy paste it, yes, of course, yeah. And after the Kruskal-Wallis H tests for 2 or more data sets, yeah. So that was a comment that I received this morning just prior to the meeting, and it's right. Okay, thank you.
To have it further completed, quite well, thank you. Are there any other alterations? Kenya, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just to bring us back to 109, 110, sorry.
To 110?
Yes.
Giuseppe, could you go back to 110?
109, around there. 109, 110. Just a clarification on how is the guidance offering on how to confirm or to indicate the implementation of the COP, or that will come along with the CL when requesting for data, something like that. Just a clarification.
EU, could you clarify?
Thank you. This is exactly indeed when indeed we are indeed to call for data. There will be call for data to submit data for indeed which are indeed following the implementation of the Codex code of practice, if available, or indeed with indeed a clear indication that the data submitted should reflect the good practices eventually adopted at national level. So that is indeed what is meant. Of course, that is an issue. It's an important, I would say, element in the setting of MLs, that we are setting MLs on data which are related to the application of good practices. It's quite straightforward. If we have a Codex code of practice, if indeed there is no Codex code of practice existing, there are already at national level, or regional level, some practices already applicable, and also for indeed data before the implementation of adoption of a code of practice. So these data can be submitted, and that will be specified in the call for data, but they can be submitted if indeed the submitting country states that they are related to the application of good practices. Thank you.
Kenya, is this clarification enough for you?
Yes, Chair, but just evidence of implementation is where I'm not so sure with how that can be submitted. Adoption of COP can be confirmed, but the implementation?
I did not get the question. EU, did you get the question?
Well, it is, of course, we had also many discussions also in the past years. It is, of course, very difficult once we are in the electronic working group and we have the data set. How could you indeed assess which data are related to good practices and are not related to good practices? The principle is there that, of course, the data should reflect good practices. And there, indeed, it is mainly that we are indicating with this text that it is the responsibility of the submitting country to indeed ensure that the data they are submitted are indeed reflecting the application of good practices, be it indeed the good practices as outlined in the Codex Code of Practice if available, or indeed following the good practices which have been set at national level, so that indeed we are setting an ML following good practices. And of course that is the trust that we will have in the electronic working group to indeed to the submitting country. Thank you.
And also we know that the WHO and FAO also have workshops on training on data analysis and collection. So also these kinds of practices can be used to have the right data for using. Yes? Kenya, I see a thumbs up. Thank you for this. I have a remark from the USA or a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to request that the word such, is where it says such practices, be replaced by good agricultural and manufacturing, just to be a little more precise about what practices we're referring to. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been placed in the text. Okay. So we were at 132.133. That was about the testing. I think we covered that one also. So we now continue with paragraph 157. So you have 157 on the screen. Is everybody in agreement? So Singapore, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And Singapore would also like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the EU, USA, the Netherlands, and Japan for leading this very important work. We just want to have a trivial point to clarify the point about more complex exposure assessments where we request JECFA for help. We would like to request adding overall exposure assessment as an example where CCCF seeks JECFA's advice on. Thank you, Chair.
So you would like to add in the text, could you make the proposal of the text?
Yeah, I believe it's under, if detailed or more complex evaluation is necessary, bracket, example, overall exposure assessment. Yes, correct. Thank you, Chair.
That's in accordance, right? Singapore, it's good as it is. Thank you. I have Canada. Canada, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Canada as well would really like to express appreciation to the EU, the US, the Netherlands, and Japan for this impressive work. If we could maybe just back up to 152. So we had some concerns over the use of recommending MLs. We would propose to add proposing MLs. So within the middle of the paragraph, we would like to strike recommend and replace it with proposing MLs. But a Codex member might bring to the attention of the EWG CCCF for consideration.
Okay, thank you. I can see nodding by the EU that this is a good way to go about. Can you?
Yeah, this
this
same. I think in 163 there's similar language.
Is this okay? Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
EU, you also raised the flag. Did you have anything to add, EU? EU? You also raised the flag. Did you?
I raised the flag because, okay, but it's okay like it is. It was saying, okay, overall exposure assessment, or, for instance, I would say exposure assessment from all dietary sources, but that's the same word, in fact, okay. Yeah, it wasn't kind of word.
Okay, thank you. So I think we come to an end to actually, Brazil.
First, we would like just a few minutes more to assess the the changes, but now we have a suggestion in the follow line after the blue insertion, evaluation of the effects of hypothetical maximum level on the reduction of the risk from the dietary exposure.
I see nodding. So Giuseppe, could you add the text? Does it reflect your comments, Brazil? Yes? Okay, thank you for this. I see India. India, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the efforts done by the chair, co-chairs in making these revisions, and coming back to 110, where the gap and GMP has been inserted. We would like to inform the House that there are several practices, GAP, GMP, GSP, GLP, which may come in purview. Therefore, such practices could be a better word to cover all kinds of good practices, which normally the COP will cover.
Could you make a proposal for a text so we can see on the screen what's the
so
text proposal?
we may retain such instead of specifying a good practice, which is anyway specified in the COP.
Okay. EU?
Maybe a conciliation of the two views could be indeed by a country that good practices along the production chain had already been implemented. So we then cover all possible practices, and we avoid the word such.
Is this also okay for India?
Delete
We
agriculture and manufacturing. So delete
Okay, good.
that good practices. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you also for the addition to refine the text. And I have another flag raised by the International Union of Food Science and Technology. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. IOFOST also would like to express our appreciation to the Electronic Working Group Chair and co-chairs for this important work. This is more of a general comment. Again, this document highlights the importance of the care that is given to the quality of data submitted, and also the data analysis that enables CCCF to conduct its work. We very much appreciate the fact that this will remain a living document to continuously improve our processes and ensure that data handling practices are up to date. And we finally endorse your suggestion, Madam Chair, that key elements of this guidance would serve as the basis of training and capacity building that is offered to countries and organizations that could be in position to submit data, with continuously improving the tools and the processes that are made available for handling such data. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, IOFOST. I'm looking at the room, then I will try to reach a conclusion. I conclude that we agree to endorse the main part of the guidance on data analysis for the development of maximum levels and for improved data collection, and to publish it as a related information document on the CCC website, provided by the alterations made today. I can see agreements, so before we continue, I would like to ask WHO and JECFA to raise a point about the alteration in the DEMS database to see how we continue with it, because I think you stated the technical is okay, but it is in time framing how to proceed.
Yeah, first I congratulate the EU working group for this work, make the different aspects of data generation and data submission more clear. We will consider all of them. They are technically feasible to do some modification on GEMS food. However, considering the current situation, it cannot be conducted immediately. So we are waiting from now to the end of the year when the situation and the funding will be clear to conduct the needed modification. But I would like to use this opportunity that GEMS food was developed since more than 20 years. There's a need to make it up to date. So if there is any countries who want to sponsor this initiative to modernize this database, it would be very welcome and open to have some discussion with you if you are interested. Thank you.
Thank you also to have this clarification. So the technical alterations are good, yet it needs to be in time and capacity whether we can implement it. So we have updates on that also probably in the next years.
Yeah,
so hopefully. So the Codex Secretariat asked me to, again, formulate the conclusion because also to add in the living document status. So I will formulate again the conclusion. We agreed to endorse the main part of the guidance on data analysis for the development of maximum levels and for improved data collection, and to publish it as a related information document on the CCC website as provided in COD 39 and with the revisions made in CCCF18. And it will be published with the understanding that the document will remain a living document and be prone for updates when needed. So okay, Canada? Are you in disagreement with my conclusion?
Canada is definitely not in disagreement. We like the idea very much. I'm just wondering about the mechanism for this living document.
It is more like how you would like to go. Well, what we discuss, the EU will discuss some of the annexes, so the electronic working group is still living. So within the years that will come to revise these annexes, then it can be taken up again. And if the electronic working group will dissipate, then we need to see how we bring it up, because all delegates can bring it up. We see something new, we would like to have it altered, and then we discuss it in plenary, who would like to take it work up. But for us now, we think the electronic working group will still work at least next year, but maybe in the years to come. So that it's in that frame, we still have a mechanism. Is this clarification enough? Okay. So I will continue then with the EU, sorry, France, with the EU for the issues for consideration and references to annexes. Could you please take up the presentation again? Giuseppe, could you pull up the presentation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So indeed, we are coming to the last 2 points which were mentioned in the paragraph 19 of CCCF 18-15. So indeed, further work on the annexes to the main part of the guidance provided in Appendix 1 of the document. And of course, we have to discuss whether or which annexes are needed and whether which annexes could be combined. And of course, once indeed this is agreed, then also determine the timeline for further work on the annexes if possible. And then also, as I already mentioned, we had also identified a number of topics during the discussions where possibly future discussion would be appropriate for possible future inclusion into also the guidance document or in an annex to the guidance document. And these topics are mentioned in Appendix 2 to the document, and also there we have the same questions. Which of the topics could be taken up, and what is the timeline for further work on these? Next slide. So these are the 6 annexes, so as they are. So we had an Annex 1 which indeed gives more details and examples on determination of outliers, extreme values, and how to handle them. We had then also more detailed annex as regards indeed how to calculate the minimum number of data points to be needed with confidence for estimating high percentile values with confidence. Then Annex 3 is about, indeed, you have the statistical analysis, but also to visualize the outcome of the statistical analysis by histograms, box plots, or whatever. To how to present that, some guidance on this. Then, of course, we had the Annex 4, and now the square brackets can, in fact, be removed because that was depending on to which extent the outcome on discussion on paragraph 157 was. So there, indeed, is also working out more guidance as regards preliminary calculation of dietary exposure estimates. Then Annex 5 is indeed presentation of the outcome of the data analysis, statistical analysis, so in tables with the different percentiles. And then finally Annex 6, which maybe you have to maintain anyway, it's a glossary of terms, but of course maybe there might be some further discussion on exactly the definition of the different terms which are mentioned in the glossary of terms. Next slide. So what are now the comments we have received on the annexes received through the CRDs, and that was up to CRD 38, and I think there were no further conference rooms documents uploaded with comments, so that must be complete. So we had comments received on further work on annexes and future topics from EU, China, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Burundi, and East African Union. And well, what is the outcome of these comments? Clearly, indeed, China indicated that they saw as a priority the working out of the Annex 4, so which is the exposure estimates and the preliminary exposure estimates. Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Burundi, and East African Union, there the highest priority was indeed to have indeed the presentation of the results of data analysis and also the visualization of the indeed the outcome of the statistical analysis. So to have that indeed as one annex, so a combination of Annex 3 and Annex 5, and that has as priority to be dealt with, as they found it is appropriate that this is also dealt with. And then the EU, if indeed further work is decided, we had as an order of priority also, but in the same line, also the combining Annex 3 and Annex 5 and working out on this. Of course, Annex 6, the glossary of terms, is, I would say, nearly an inherent part of the guidance document. And then, of course, the Annexes 4, 1 and 2 could be considered in order of priority. Next slide. So as regards the list for further topics for further discussion, in fact, some of these topics have become already obsolete or are taken over by, indeed, the annexes to the guidance document. So one of them issue minimum number of samples for estimating high percentile value. So in fact, this is already mentioned in Annex 2 of the document, so it's not an issue to be discussed. Then indeed, there is a point was raised on further guidance to be provided on which data set the ML should be based or to which database should be given priority for ML development and combined data sets show the higher contamination pattern as long as the commodity was produced through good practice. Data sets from major producing countries or regions, data sets from importing countries reflecting the levels of a contaminant in a commodity in international trade. So, okay, data set to be used to be decided on a case-by-case basis. There is already some guidance in the guidance document in the main part. The question is to which point we have to be more specific. So that's my view, but okay. Then, of course, a more structured process for elaborating calls for data, and that is indeed an issue where we have also had this discussion when indeed discussing the issues related to sampling and methods of analysis for data on pyrosidine alkaloids in different commodities. Next slide. So, identification of appropriate rejection rates in ML establishment, guidance on elements which should be considered to define the appropriate rejection rate. So it is important to highlight that this is related to guidance on elements. It's not indeed defining the appropriate rejection rates itself, because this is falling within the remit of the CCF itself and not in an I would say within a guidance document. It can be on a case-by-case basis. So, but there could be work be done on indeed what are the elements to consider. So, without defining which is now the appropriate rejection rate. As you have seen in the document in paragraph 145, we have said that usually we set that at rejection. We accept rejection rates slightly higher than the 95th percentile. Then, of course, there was also a point raised as regards the appropriateness of GEMS food market-based cluster diets for ML elaboration, where indeed the aim would be to reconcile realistic estimates from national consumption data with the supply utilization market data in the GEMS food cluster diet. So to better fine-tune in order to better be able to fine-tune the exposure assessments. And then, of course, a very important issue, but a very complex issue, is, of course, development of guidance on data weighting in analysis where the number of data sets, data points is significantly different between individual data sets from different countries or regions. The aim of this is indeed, well, this is, of course, an ideal situation, and that you give a higher weight to the data provided by a country which is also a major producer of the commodity, and so on. So but of course this is indeed a challenge, and it would be from a scientific point of view a right way to do it, but from a practical point of view, I see there quite a lot of difficulties, but of course we can, it was one of the topics that could be a topic for further guidance. You never know that we come to something which is workable. And of course we had then also the issue, the role, that was also pointed out, but of course we have already dealt with that, and that is already then, the exact examples will be given already in Annex 4, so also this is obsolete. Next slide. So what are the comments which we have received through the CRDs? Well, in fact, there was only, on this particular topic, there was only the comments from the EU. We were indicating that we say, okay, there are, for us, no real need to have further discussions on these topics, but in case of further work, we think that following two topics in order of priority could be taken up, and by far the highest priority would have indeed to have a more structured process for elaborating calls for data. So that, I think, is an important element. And we could, as I said, it's very complex, if indeed there would be possibility to provide some guidance, so maybe we could work out on development of a guidance on data weighting and analysis where the number of data points is significantly different between individual data sets from different countries or regions. And with that, I have ended my presentation, and I leave to you to guide us through the discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you also for having all these issues retrieved during the discussions over the last year and the last couple of days. I would like to open the floor if there is anything which you would like to ask, or whether you would like to alter, because these are actually going into next year as a feed into the discussion. So are these the things you need to discuss next year, or don't you want to discuss it? So please raise now or ask questions now. Silence?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand actually appreciate the work done by the working group chaired by EU and co-chaired by Japan, Netherlands, and the United States, that they have completed the work on the main part, for which we agree of the endorsement. Thailand also support the continuation of the work to going further for the 6 annexes that the working group have started some works on this, so continuation for the next meeting. And we also support the working group to start some work on the issue identified in Appendix 2, especially some issue like the identification of the appropriate rejection rate in maximum level establishment, for which we think is very important. And also the last point on the development of the guidance on the data weighting in analysis. So we fully support the continuation of the electronic working group on this subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thailand, for the support. I have on my left the FAO JACFA, who would like to have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations to the electronic working group. There's an enormous amount of work being done, and I'm remembering that we had some discussions in the beginning when this work started. There seems to be a lot of things being tackled and addressed now that are actually already spelled out in documents like EHC 240. So maybe it would be helpful to the electronic working group to review that in order not to redo or replicate whatever is already set out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comment. I look at the chair, co-chairs. I think they will take it into account. EU? EU?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, of course, indeed, we could indeed have as an internal solution, because indeed we had not been able, and it's maybe difficult to hear now in the plenary to really define what annexes should be further worked and so on. An alternative solution could be as regards the annexes and also the topics for further discussion, to have that, let us say, a bit further worked out in a discussion paper or something like this, with indeed specific reference indeed to what is already available in the environmental health criteria 240, to really see, okay, that we are not duplicating, that we are certainly not contradicting what is mentioned there. So maybe to have then a more solid basis as regards indeed, and also for next year's or for next year's plenary, to have a better basis to really what could be indeed further worked out. I think, okay, we can for sure update and work on the glossary of terms, because that seems to be quite straightforward, that we have indeed an explanation of the terms used in the main part of the document, but we have to look into the specific definitions or provided for. But indeed we could then, let us say, work out a bit more and have a bit of a rationale maybe on why certain annexes need further development and should be maintained or retained, why certain other annexes would be indeed not need to be retained, as they are fully covered, for instance, in the EHC 240. So that could be, I think, the only point where we could agree upon, and I think that is also based upon the input that we have received from several countries, and I think that's quite obvious, is that we would already work on indeed, let us say, merging annexes 3 and 5 for the presentation of the results, and indeed also the visualization of the data analysis. I think that this would also be very helpful for the electronic working groups, if we can provide some additional guidance on that. And as I said, also to already work a bit on, and to see if everyone can agree with the definitions as outlined in the glossary of terms, Annex 6. And then for the other annexes to, let us say, to have that a bit in a discussion paper outlining the need for further work, or if it is not needed, to which extent it is covered by information contained in environmental health criteria 240 or not, so that we have then a better solid basis for discussion on as well the other annexes, as well on indeed the topics for further discussion. That could be an alternative solution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So for my clarification, you would like to work on specific annexes, so that is Annex 5, 6, and 3. So, and the other 3 annexes to be taken up in a discussion paper. Is this correct?
As well the topics for further discussion.
As well as topics for further as well. USA, you have your flag raised.
Thank you, Chair. We support the proposal to focus on annexes 3 and 5, combining them as a first step, and then Annex 6, and as these being the highest priority. And I also want to confirm that we think that deciding on the appropriate rejection rate is in the remit of the committee as a whole, rather than this working group in the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything. ICBA?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We again want to express our deepest appreciation to the working group chairs, EU, US, and Japan, for the significant progress made here. We also support all the various comments in continuing the work, whether it's through electronic working group or any other mechanisms, including discussion draft. The one particular area we believe requires further discussion and may not be addressed fully in the EHC 240 criteria is the topic of market-based supply utilization that informs the risk management decisions that this committee takes. We have in the past identified inconsistencies in what the per capita consumption is for particular categories, including sugar, herb spices, teas, for example. And we believe, because this is core to informing the risk management decision, that perhaps we should, again, whether it's through discussion draft or through the electronic working group, take this issue up and use some case studies to really delve deeper and determine what an appropriate approach should be for categories where you have inconsistencies between the GEMS cluster diets and the consumption data from national markets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I take this as an issue which could be taken up in the discussion paper, but I'm looking at the European Union.
Well, Madam Chair, it's already taken up as a point for further discussion in the annex the Appendix 2. So we, as I already said, we would indeed in the discussion paper outline for as well the other annexes other than the annexes 1, 2, and 4 as well for all the topics that are mentioned in the Appendix 2. We would work out a discussion paper, discuss to which extent it is covered by EHC 240 and to which extent not, and for which indeed further guidance is needed. And the point raised by ICBA was already one of the points identified for further discussion and will be part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. EAC, you also had your flag raised. Is it already?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the EU for the presentation. Madam Chair, mine is just a minor correction on the presentation that was made by the EU. East Africa, it has to read as East African Community and not East Africa Union. Thank you.
Okay, I can see EU is apologizing for this, and it's corrected now in plenary as a whole. Thank you. I can see no other reflections, so I'll try to draw a conclusion. We agree to work on annexes 3, 4, 3, 5, and 6 to provide more guidance in the coming year, and we agree to prepare for a discussion paper to have annexes 1, 2, and 4 being looked upon in regard to EHC 240 and also as well issues raised in preparation and during CCCF and to be discussed in CCCF18. Are we in agreement? Thank you. And I also would like then to address that we agree to reconvene the working group chaired by EU and co-chaired by Japan, the Netherlands, and USA. I'm also looking at chairs and co-chairs. I see nodding, I see nodding, I see nodding, yes. We have a collective of the 4 musketeers, so they can go ahead with the work. And again, thank you very much, because it's mostly appreciated the work done and the efforts put in. Thank you. So with this, we have 2 minutes and we go to break. I don't start anything in 2 minutes. So please go to the break, take a cup of coffee, take some sweets, and if you think you can take up an electronic working group chair, this is the time to raise the issue with me. Because we're nearly ending and setting the agenda for to CCCF19. So I will be walking around. You can grasp me, not too harsh, but you can grasp me to see whether you would like to chair an electronic working group. Okay, get ready for break then. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I'm looking at the head table if everybody is in. And the rooms are closed, so everybody will get seated. Thank you very much. We will continue with item number 16 together with item number 17. So we agreed during the adoption of the agenda to have these two discussed together due to their interrelated nature. And to begin, there is no presentation, so you have to listen carefully, and I will speak very slowly so translation is getting through. And if translation doesn't work, they wave at me. So to begin, I would like to provide the committee with a brief overview of the background relevant to these two documents. So for agenda item 16, we discussed its CCCF18, proposed amounts for spices and dried seeds, and noted that the GSCTFF does not set mLs for multi-ingredient products. It was then recognized that mLs could be calculated based on ingredient proportions, though contamination may vary depending on the composition. A proposal was made to include a note in the GSCTFF allowing ingredient-specific mLs for mixtures. Some members supported this, suggesting a zero value for ingredients without Codex mLs or using the most conservative mL if proportions are unknown. Others considered the note unnecessary, citing existing guidance in Annex 1. Concerns were also raised about higher lead levels in spice mixtures and lack of ingredient labeling. So with that, CCCF18 requested a circular letter to seek comments on the need for further guidance, including example calculations, and asked JECFA to analyze available GEMS food data. So the outcomes of this circular letter, 2025/3, prepared by the Codex Secretariat and the Chair's assistant, outlines of options for addressing mLs in multi-ingredient products. And errors have already been noted in the example, which was intended solely for demonstration purpose. It is not subject to discussion, as it is. So, in response, the JECFA analyzed the available data and concluded the following. Applying a ml of 2 milligrams per kilogram for lead in spice mixtures would reduce dietary lead exposure in the general population by approximately 15% compared to the current situation with no Codex ml. Enforcing an ml of 1 milligram per kilogram is estimated to achieve an 18% reduction in exposure, but would increase the proportion of rejected spice mixtures from 1.9% to 5.1%. And in terms of neurodevelopment toxicity, the other dietary and environmental lead sources contribute significantly to total exposure, supporting the need to consider cumulative exposure. So with these two documents in place, I would propose that we begin with agenda item 17, as it addresses a more specific topic and may help inform our subsequent discussion under agenda item 16. Are there any objections for going in this order? Okay. So with the JECFA conclusion, CCCF18 is invited to explore further the need to establish MLs for lead in spice mixtures, taking into account the JECFA conclusions and the comments contained in CCCF18-17. And I would like now open the floor for comments on whether there is a need to establish MLs for lead in spice mixtures. European Union, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the EU considers that in the general standard for contaminants in food and feed, it is already foreseen that maximum levels should preferably be set for primary agricultural commodities, and that the maximum levels for multi-ingredient foods can be calculated taking into account the composition of the food and the maximum levels for the ingredients. The EU is of the opinion that further guidance on the application of maximum levels for multi-ingredient foods for which the ingredient composition is unknown, that such guidance could be considered to be added in the annex to CXS193 of 1995. Because Codex maximum levels have been agreed for most spices, and because these maximum levels also apply to spice mixtures, the EU is of the opinion that a separate maximum level for spice mixtures will not result in further reduction of the consumer exposure to lead. On the contrary, the suggested maximum levels for lead in spice mixtures of 1 or 2 milligrams per kilogram are higher than the maximum levels that have been set for certain specific spice categories. Now, in the EU, it is not allowed to mix non-compliant ingredients to obtain a compliant mixture. But by setting these higher maximum levels of 1 or 2 milligrams per kilogram for spice mixtures, non-authorized practices of mixing non-compliant spices to obtain compliant spice mixtures would become difficult to detect. Therefore, the EU considers that this approach of setting maximum levels for spice mixtures would go against the as low as reasonably achievable principle, and that this approach would be lowering the level of health protection. For these reasons, the EU is not in favor of establishing a specific maximum level for spice mixtures. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. USA, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. First, we'd like to appreciate the work done by JECFA to present an analysis of lead in spice mixtures. I think it's clear from the comments in response to this item and agenda item 16 that it is a complex issue. And rather than reaching a conclusion now on which path to take, we would be interested in pursuing a discussion paper to look at both approaches further and can volunteer to participate in this working group, particularly on the conducting a second review of the data on lead and spice mixtures. Thank you.
Japan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Japan also appreciated the JECFA Secretariat for preparation of discussion papers. in Japan's view, we would like to propose establishing a single maximal level for spice mixtures, as it has been confirmed that there is a sufficient amount of data on possible spice mixtures in the James Food database. However, as US proposed, or if a committee willing to prepare a discussion paper for further consideration, we can support it.
Thank you, Japan. Singapore, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Singapore would also like to express our appreciation to JECFA's analysis of the data. So while Singapore has no significant issues with EU's proposal and also the current guidance in CXS 193, 195, right, but we wish to emphasize that the fundamental issue over here is that for spice mixtures, seeking information on ingredient proportions is often impossible. So if we were not to go with the single ml approach, then we will need to discuss what is the alternative guidance to deal with spice mixtures. Singapore supports further discussion on this matter through a e-working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. I have Thailand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand appreciates the work and the analysis of data done by JECFA. We agree that this is a very complex issue and perhaps this has to be considered together with the guidance as mentioned in Agenda 16 and also mentioned by some other countries that the guidance have to be developed further. And we believe that the scenario for the spice mixture can be considered by the two scenarios. Perhaps if the ingredients and also the proportion of the spice mixture have been known, then the calculation can be done by according to the guidance to be prepared and considered. Just in case that neither the ingredients nor the proportion are known, then perhaps the approach as proposed by JECFA to set the maximum level 1 or 2, depend, can be used in the case of neither the ingredient nor the proportion is known. So we consider that further guidance should be considered and developed, and we also would like to keep the work already done by JECFA to be considered together. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. Panama?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Panama is very grateful for all the work that has been carried out by JECFA, and we agree that there could be an additional work to complement the lack of information. And we believe that it is essential to have a guideline orientation for the maximum levels for products, because the absence can lead of orientations can create barriers to trade and complement the implementation and use of ingredients. And we would agree that to work electronically on these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Panama. I have Chile. Chile? Your microphone needs to be on.
Ahora sí. Sí. Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are very thankful for the work of the CZECFA Secretariat. As a country, we believe that it would be more practical the situation presented by CZECFA for mixtures of spices, and we agree with what was said by the United States, that is to say, prepare a document for debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. So I will make a proposition to see whether this works in this plenary. What I gathered, we do not look into MLs because these are not needed at this time, but we would like to work on a discussion paper to further explore the different options for guidance on the application of MLs to multi-ingredient products for consideration by CCCF18. Are we in agreement with such a statement? USA.
Chair, thank you. I agree with that statement, but I think rather than multi-ingredient products, we should focus on spice mixtures. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan?
Japan supports the proposal of chair, and Japan would like to please to lead such work for preparing a discussion paper for next session.
Thank you for your kind offer. So we already have a chair. So if we're in agreement with the proposal and we have a chair, okay. So can I conclude? No MLs are needed at this time for lead in spice mixtures. We establish an electronic working group chaired by Japan, working in English to prepare a discussion paper to further explore the different options for guidance on the application of MLs to spice mixtures for consideration by CCCF18. Jose, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We would be happy to volunteer to co-chair.
Thank you. Japan?
Yes, welcome.
Japan is welcome you as co-chair. India, please go ahead.
India would also like to participate as co-chair.
Thank you, India, for the offer. I can see a grateful nodding from Japan. Thank you. Panama?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to reiterate the wish of Panama to co-preside the electronic working group.
If I heard correctly, you would also like to co-chair? Yes? I see it, Japan. And we now reach the limit of co-chairing. So this is my limit, 3 co-chairs, no further. Because we need to steer it, and steering with 4 musketeers, this is my limit, right? So I will then conclude that we establish an electronic working group chaired by Japan, co-chaired by Panama, India, and USA, working in English to prepare a discussion paper to further explore the different options for guidance on the application of MLs to spice mixtures for consideration by CCCF18. I think there is a lot of attention to this, so I'm happy to see this work at CCCF19. So we have a good discussion on this one in about 1.5 years. And with this, I would like to conclude this item. I'm looking to my left and right. Japan, yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan would like to inform our CRD. Japan submit alternative approach for guidance for spice mixture as CRD 27 we propose, as for guidance, that here is a starting point for discussion.
Thank you, Japan. We take it up in the report, and I think that we're all in agreement that it could be a good starting point for starting the work. I gauge, yes, everybody thinks so too, so thank you for this, Japan. So with this, we conclude item number 16 and 17. So we're now heading towards item number 18. So again, this is an item where you have to listen carefully because we do not have a presentation. But we have a document presented at the website, and I give you some background and then go to how we would like to proceed with this. So CCCF18 agreed to request JECFA to issue a call for data to support the review of the analysis of occurrence data of aflatoxins in cereals. Based on the data received, JECFA concluded that there are public health concerns regarding aflatoxins in cereals in the absence of risk management measurements. Implementing current Codex MLs for maize and rice could reduce risks by a factor of 3, with rejection rates of 5.2% for maize and 1.8% for rice. Stricter MLs may achieve a 9-fold risk reduction with rejection rates ranging from 0.13% to 6%. So before we begin the discussion, I would like to briefly recall the background of this work. Because at CAC45, Codex adopted MLs for total aflatoxins in certain cereals and cereal-based products, including food for infants and young children. However, due to reservation expressed by several members, CAC45 requested CCCF to review all MLs for these products in 5 years' time, which will be in 2027. Also, Canada noted on item number 19 that by means of a discussion paper to determine the feasibility of deriving a new revised ML, so thank you for this, Canada. And I would like to ask the plenary if we take up the work on preparing a discussion paper to review whether revised MLs of aflatoxins in cereal-based products on the current data set can be started. Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We believe that we can review this item in 2 years' time. And as stated earlier, the CCCF decision was to revise in 5 years' time. So maybe prepare a discussion paper to be evaluated in the future, to have a new call for data in the future also, so we can gather more data and have more time after the MLs were set by CCCF, and we can also see maybe changes in seasonals, because we have variation year to year depending on the climate aspects. Thank you.
So to clarify, if you were to prepare a discussion paper, would it be at CCCF 19 to be discussed? the next one. Okay, so CCCF20. Okay. So Brazil states that they would like to prepare a discussion paper on reviewing the mLs of aflatoxins in cereals for CCCF20. Correct? Is plenary in agreement with this proposal? I'm sorry?
Before the discussion paper, issue a call for data.
I will put that also in place. But first we do have the proposal. Are we in agreement with the proposal that Brazil would like to start reviewing the mLs? EU?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, of course, we also appreciate the work done by the FAO, WHO, and JECFA Secretariat in preparing this document, and we also agree with the proposal you made as regards the preparation of a discussion paper by Brazil for CCF20. I just want to highlight, indeed, in the document CCCF1819 on the analysis of the occurrence data of aflatoxins in cereals. We note that there has been no analysis being done on occurrence of aflatoxins in cereal-based foods for infants and young children, and that was also one of the issues discussed in the CAC 2 years ago. And so we would like to see, okay, that might be a reason why it has not been included, but that indeed the presence of aflatoxins in cereal-based foods for infants and young children are also taken up in the discussion for indeed a possible review of the mLs in the future and in the discussion paper to be taken up by Brazil. Thank you.
I will give the floor to JECFA Secretariat on this one.
Yeah, we analyzed what the data submitted and the data received. I think it will be a good idea that for the next call for data, preparing the CCF20, so we'll have more data in CCF19 and show we are covering all the categories of cereals you want to include in the discussion of mL. But for the moment, this is what we have in the currently database, and there is some technical issue that we need to solve with EU, because EU, differently from the other countries, you don't submit directly to GEMS Food, you go through another system. So we will work on it from now to the next call to fix any issue.
And I would like to have a clarification also from you, EU, because we did have an mL for children, but it was on the food aid. So this is differently what you would like to see. Okay, so yeah.
We have both levels. We have the level of 5 microgram per kilogram for cereal-based foods for infants and young children, and a higher level of indeed 10 microgram per kilogram for cereal-based foods for infants and young children within the World Food Aid Program. So we had both levels, and so that's a point that we want to highlight. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thailand, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand appreciates the work done by JECFA. And according to the analysis of JECFA, we see the possibility on the review of the current mL for the current cereals that already have mL, and also the possibility on establishing other cereals mL. So we can agree with the proposal to prepare a discussion paper to start a new work on this, probably at the 20th committee session, and this can be done together with the call for data. So at that time we can consider what should be inclusion in the new work proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. India?
Thank you, Chair. In view of the fact that levels of aflatoxins are heavily influenced by the agroclimatic conditions and various other good practices followed throughout the supply chain, we do not feel any immediate need for review of ML at this stage. Secondly, cereals form a major part of international food aid as and when required. So revision of ML should also look into this aspect, if at all ever considered. Another very important point is there's already CCCF18 code of practice in place, and in matters where multifactorial aspects and basically the practices influence the ML levels. So code of practice is the way forward and may be insisted as the priority instrument to attain the food safety levels or the standards. And therefore, if required, this scope was last amended in 2017. And if the interest of the House is in any further discussion or amendment on the COP, India would like to support that. Thank you very much.
So, India, thank you for your comments. With addressing to like the food aid and the code of practice that could be addressed in the discussion paper by Brazil. Would it be okay?
So the discussion would be on the COP, not on the ML. Am I
I
clear?
think it will be also on MLs because it has been requested by the CAC to look into the MLs, but we could also take up whether the COP needs to be there or revised, and whether to consider again the food aid.
Okay.
And there is a discussion paper, so then it will be discussed and to see what way forward, and that will be in plenary in CCCF20.
India supports it.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
So I'm looking at Brazil because you are actually steering this. Did you get that also?
Yeah, just a point of clarification. We are going to consider cereals in general or only those for which we have MLs established?
So we propose to do cereals in general, but looking specifically in the ones that has been raised now, but to look at it in general.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Canada, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Canada supports the creation of the discussion paper, but just for procedural accuracy, we want to just confirm that we can track the preparation of the discussion paper in our OHPL as the member country volunteer.
Could you please repeat, because we didn't get it.
Oh, no, that's okay. So basically, we would just like to confirm that we can track the preparation of the discussion paper by Brazil as the member country volunteer in our OHPL list. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
That's good.
Perfect.
Jamaica, please go ahead.
Oh, yes. Madam Chair, I just want to, I'm seeking clarification where we speak, mention is made of certain cereals. How do we define that? Is it as Brazil questioned whether it's for cereals that are already in the MLs are set for, or I'm not sure I understand, or what is it that we're talking about, certain cereals? So if I could get clarification.
So thank you, Jamaica. So in the document prepared by JECFA, certain cereals are actually being pinpointed. So these are the cereals which we are speaking that these should be taken into account. And Brazil will look into the commodity cereal in general to see whether anything else needs to be done, and that will be prepared for discussion. Is this clarification for Jamaica?
Yes, so it's table 1 in the actual paper, the list there.
Sorry, we're looking up the table.
Polish rice, husk maize, maize flour, sorghum, quinoa.
Yes, I'm checking with JECFA. So this is table 1. So it has rice, maize, wheat, and other cereals.
Okay.
So it's pinpointed are rice, maize, and wheat.
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Oh, you're not helping me to take it off. You're sleeping.
Okay, thank you. We go to Singapore. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore supports the proposal to collect additional data and also to establish an electronic working group to further explore the revision of the MLs. We have a specific proposal for the call for data, specifically on husk rice, and a point for discussion in the discussion paper. Madam Chair, may I have your permission to make this proposal now or to discuss it later?
We love proposals, so you can go ahead.
Sure. Right, thank you, Madam Chair. So Singapore would like to propose that in the new call for data, to include metadata distinguishing between husk rice destined for further processing and husk rice ready to eat. We noted the difficult experience from peanuts, but this distinction is important as globally, including Singapore, the consumption of whole grains, including husk rice, is actively promoted over white rice for its health benefits. And if such data becomes available, Singapore would like to propose that the working group explore the possibility of establishing separate MLs for these two categories. And we have provided detailed rationale in our CRD 11. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm looking at the room. So Singapore proposes in the call for data to explicitly pinpoint husk rice destined for further processing and husk rice for ready to eat, to have occurrence data specifically on these two categories. Is this in agreement? I can see yes. Thank you for this, Singapore. Thailand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. According to the proposal from Singapore for the husk rice for further processing and husk rice destined for, ready to eat, it's interesting, but perhaps for our experience on peanut, I think we have lots of problem because of the definition of for further processing and for ready to eat, for the member to prepare the data, which one is for further processing, which one is for ready to eat. And probably for husk rice, it may be more difficult than peanut, because I don't think that member separate the data for husk rice for further processing and for ready to eat. And if so, maybe we have to consider the definition and the guideline for member to prepare the data. So maybe it's quite challenging on this issue, but just express my concern on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Thailand. I'll give the floor to Jack to, well, the concerns raised by Thailand are valid, so how we could proceed and if the plenary can agree with the proceedings then.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and no, thanks for the discussion. We, as already was pointed out, we have this discussion also with ready-to-eat peanuts. It will be the same for husked rice, ready-to-eat or intended for further processing. We can certainly add the request that this is identified in our next call for data. With the, of course, the classical disclosure that whatever existing data we have has not added this identifier, and with the normal problems that people have in adding these identifiers, because it's not always clear to separate product streams within a country. But we can ask for the information, and then the electronic working group or others here can look at the information available and whether that aids in setting MLs. Thank you.
So for Singapore, this is okay because we then ask in general and specifically would like them to see whether they can separate, but probably there are some issues in that. And that will be put forward in a discussion paper whether these problems have arisen. Yeah? Thank you, Singapore. USA, you have your flag up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and we'd like to express our thanks to Brazil for agreeing to take on this large work project. Just a couple of observations. Would you note that there is a sorghum ML, but in the JECFA analysis, I believe that sorghum data was included in other grains for which an ML was set. So presumably, if the sorghum ML is reviewed, it would be as a separate ML. But also noting that when we adopted that ML, we had almost all U.S. data, so it would be good to have other representative data on sorghum, particularly from countries that consume sorghum as a grain. Two other points in our previous discussions on aflatoxin in cereal grains, going back to CCCF, I guess 13 through 15, we had noted it was important to consider an impact assessment of whether similar health outcomes can be achieved with lower rejection rates. And it's also going to be important to consider how to take into account year-to-year variation. Thank you.
So thank you for noting this. The year-by-year variation is a good to take up, so we can see whether we see large variations in the discussion paper by year. With regards to the health impact, I think after the discussion paper is being discussed, then we can see what do we actually propose and which kind of health impacts do arise from that, and that will be then not be presented in the discussion paper, but next to it. Yeah? Okay. Do we have any other? Thailand, please.
Thank you, Chair. According to the work going to be done and the call for data, and also relating to the guidance we just endorsed in guidance on data analysis, do we need to specify in the call for data that it should be the data after the implementation of the code of practice that are adopted in 2017, or do we make it open that this can be the older data or the new one also? Should be specified. Thank you.
So thank you, Thailand. Good question. In James database, you have the generation data, so the year of generation of the data. So it is specified. So it is for Brazil to look into whether they put forward an ML with the COP already present or without the COP present. So it would be nice to have that included to make that distinction. So that's good. European Union.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, the code of practice on aflatoxins in cereals has been already adopted in 2003. So it's in CXC 51 2003. It has been updated and amended in 2014 to include annexes on deoxynivalenol, fumonisins, trichotillins. And it has then been finally also updated in 2017 to include a specific annex on ergot alkaloids. But so these, I would just say the code for aflatoxins in cereals is already applicable since 2003. The later updates were not, well, were maybe also sometimes a bit small updates to the thing on aflatoxins, but were mainly related to other mycotoxins in cereals. Thank you.
So the generation date is 2003 after and before, and I don't know if we get data before 2003. So, okay. Well, good point, good point. India?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reference to the ongoing discussion, India would like to highlight that the GEMS database largely captures the traded cereals only. So the data points are the ones which are coming into the trade. So the upper bound and lower bound, which are reflected through GEMS data, may not be, even at the 97.5th percentile, may not really be the reflection of the global production and the aflatoxin levels in realistic conditions in various domestic conditions. So that aspect should also be looked into carefully. And this traded portion could be very, very small compared to the overall global production. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, India. That is correct, and that also strengthened our plea to have all the data, not only the data for trade, uploaded in GEMS. So if you have calls for data, please upload everything and not only for the trade. So that is our request to you, but thanks for the comment. I'm looking around. Thank you. I take a 5 minutes to see whether I can come up with a good conclusion which complements all your comments. So please bear with me, and I will be back in 5 minutes. Okay. So we have made a proposal for plenary. So everybody is sitting again. The proposal is to establish an electronic working group chaired by Brazil, working in English, to prepare for a discussion paper at CCCF18 to review all data in GEMS to determine if there is a need for revising the MLs in GSCTFF, considering whether new MLs for specific cereals could also be derived, and whether there is a need to revise the relevant COPs. The second proposal is to request JECFA to issue a call for data after CCCF18 to collect occurrence data of aflatoxin in cereals with a specific request to segregate data for husked rice ready to eat and husked rice destined for further processing. Did we miss something or did we leave out something? I can see Brazil is...
Just to clarify, a call for data after this session or after the next section? It would be better to have a call for data after next section, so we have more time to people to submit data, because otherwise we're not considering data from 2026, for instance.
So the CCCF19 will be in October. So that is then, the call for data will then come out at that, well, in the beginning, I think, of 2027. Yeah? Would it be good enough for you? Yeah? So it's a call for data after CCCF19. Yeah? Okay. India.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is limited to evaluation of the data available in GEMS only. In that case, it will fail to capture the realistic situation and on-ground situation. Considering that a COP has been in place and the ML has been in place, it is important to not to exclude the realistic ML levels, which can be obtained by also including the independent research studies available globally from the various regions, where the years could be defined like last 5 years or last 10 years, so that the on-ground condition can also be taken into account and a realistic outcome can be proposed.
So thank you, India. I will look at the left for the JECFA Secretariat to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, India. So it is of importance that all countries upload their data that they have, including those relevant for the national markets. If that doesn't happen, obviously the analysis of the data cannot include the situation on the national markets. Where there are publications available that might offer some indications, however, in almost all cases, the amount of data available in those publications is not sufficient to fully include that. The level of detail is just not there. Having said that, if countries have data that represent the national situation in their countries, please upload them to GEMS Food database that it can reflect the real situation like India indicates is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, India. We have Thailand. Thailand, please go ahead.
The intent is to develop a discussion paper. So at this stage, excluding research or the independently published studies from consideration may not be useful. That's what India would like to state again.
I think it's not explicitly excluding, but it's saying that if something is brought to the attention, it will be scrutinized by Brazil, but we do already see that the data presented in other papers are usually not specific enough to take into account into the analysis. So that's why we would like to have it via GEMS, because GEMS has all kinds of fields which you need to enter the data, so we can derive it in a good way. So that is, so if there is if you do think there is a study which helps, please provide, but usually these are being disregarded because they do not have the amount of specificity which is necessary for the data analysis. So every country, if you have data and it is uploading to GEMS will be the most convenient way, because then it will be presented to the risk managers to handle it in a proper way. Huh? Thank you, India. Thailand, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 points. First, for the establishment of the electronic working group, we also would like to be a co-chair with Brazil on the preparation of the paper. Second, still also would like to ask for clarification on the rice for further processing and rice ready to eat, because currently, according to cereals, we have never separated into cereal for further processing and cereal for ready to eat compared to nut. Then for the data submitted to GEMS Food, for the data not mentioned whether it's for further processing or ready to eat, so it's probably treated as a normal cereal, because I'm not so sure whether it will be treated as a cereal for further processing or it's just a normal cereal, because we never separate it into 2 categories. So just ask for clarification on this one. Thanks.
So thank you for this. We propose, because we will already start some work with the chair and the co-chair, thank you for being co-chair, to see whether you can derive the good wording for this call for data, and we have CCCF18 to have it on the floor. So we can see whether we can fine-tune the specific wording in this call for data, and the JECFA secretary is more than willing to help also to provide such good wording. Would it be appropriate? Yeah? Okay, thank you, Thailand. Japan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have same concern with made by Thailand. We have no definition already to eat for cereals. Thank you.
So to this, I will then rephrase the issue for call for data after CCCF18 to collect occurrence data of aflatoxins in cereals with specific, the specificities will be laid down in CCCF19. Would that be good? So you can work this year on the specificities of the call for data, and it will be presented to CCCF19, so it can be then issued after CCCF19. Yeah? Do you have this?
Yeah.
Are we in agreement? I can see everybody in agreement. Wow. So this was actually our pièce de résistance. So we are nearing the lunch break, and I think it's a good timing to leave for lunch and come back at 14:30 to finish up our work today, which will be item number 20, 21, 22, and 23. Oh, sorry. Oh, I have IFT on the line. Please, IFT.
IFT would like to suggest in this topic that the upcoming EWG and JECFA consider looking at the 2023 and through the upcoming 2026 data as a subset in light of the MLs that were implemented by CAC 45 at the end of 2022. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you for your comment. We'll be noting it in the report. Okay. Again, we conclude this morning session. We will start at 14:30, and then we will discuss item number 20, 21, 22, and 23. You have 2 hours and 50 minutes to consider whether you would take up electronic working group chairing. So this is, I think, a good time. And with a full belly, then you get inspirations. Again, the lunch is at the Flow restaurant. Wave this, and it's free. Or else just go outside and seek out the warmth of lovely Thailand. See you within 2 hours and a quarter. Thank you.
smile in Thailand. smile. I feel the love through the smile on your face. Smile, in the land of smiles you always find a smile in Thailand. smile. I feel love through the smile on your face. Smile in the land of smiles, you always find a smile in Thailand. smile, I feel love through the smile on your face. Smile, in the land of smiles you always find a smile in Thailand. smile. I feel the love through the smile on your face. Smile, in the light of smiles, you always find a smile in Thailand.
So, if we can all take our seats again, then we can start. Thank you all. So, for the next item is the item number 20, follow-up work on the outcomes of JECFA evaluation and FAO-WHO expert consultations. USA has chaired this virtual working group that was convened on the 16th of June. USA has kindly prepared a report of this meeting, and it is included in CRD 04. And this has been placed on the website for everybody to read, and I would like to invite USA to present the recommendations. Please go ahead, USA. Is the microphone not working? Is anybody's microphone not working? Can you just try? Oh, so they're checking.
Thank you, Chair. If the slides can be projected, that'd be great. Thanks. So I'll be discussing the follow-up work on the outcomes of JECFA evaluations and FAO-WHO expert consultations. And as the Chair mentioned, virtual working group was held on June 16th, and the summary from that discussion is in CRD 04, and I will be presenting that summary. Next slide, thanks. So at the virtual working group meeting, summary tables of the recent JECFA evaluations and FAO-WHO expert consultations and CCCF follow-up were shared. It was noted that there had been follow-up on JECFA 91, evaluation on cadmium, JECFA 89, evaluation on pyrrolizidine alkaloids, and FAO-WHO expert consultations on risks and benefits of fish consumption and on tropane alkaloids. It was noted that there was no committee follow-up had occurred on JECFA 93 and JECFA 90 evaluations on T2, H2T, and DOS, or JECFA 91 evaluation on ergot alkaloids. No member countries present at the virtual working group volunteered to conduct follow-up work on these items. Next slide, please. So this is a summary table of the recent JECFA evaluations and CCCF follow-up. As noted, for cadmium, there's been follow-up, both cadmium MLs established for chocolate and cocoa beans, or cocoa products, excuse me, and ongoing work on a code of practice. And with regard to pyrrolizidine alkaloids, it's noted here the discussion paper, but this work has been approved to move forward at this meeting. With regards to T2, H2T, and DOS, as well as ergot alkaloids. As noted, there's been no CCCF follow-up. Next slide, please. This table shows the recent FAO, WHO expert consultations and CCCF follow-up for the risks and benefits of fish consumption. The guidance document we discussed earlier this morning and has been adopted addresses recommendations on data collection in the future. A new working group on details of data collection may be appropriate. And with regards to tropane alkaloids, here it's noted a discussion paper is under development, but again, this has been adopted as new work at this meeting. Next slide, please. So with regards to recommendations, the committee should consider if there's interest in conducting follow-up work on T2, H2T, and DOS and/or ergot alkaloids, and noting the CCCF chair's enthusiastic activity, inspiration from EWE chairs. And finally, if CCCF18 should consider reconvening the virtual working group for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. And I do appreciate the overview you have provided by showing us an inventory of previous JEC evaluation and FAO/WHO expert consultations. And it also shows whether no complete follow-up was undertaken. That is also to remind us all that tasking JEC for evaluation and WHOs for expert consultation, we also need to take up what's coming out of it. We do not want to waste the resources and requesting information, evaluations, and consultations that we do not end up using. So, to the first recommendation, do we have an interest for this committee in conducting follow-up work on T2, HT2, and DOS, and/or ergot alkaloids? I do have a hit. EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with the favorable outcome this morning on the main part of the guidance document, which is indeed also an alleviation for myself. And indeed, given that we have 1 year and 4 months ahead, the EU would be willing to prepare a discussion paper on, as well, together, taking together T2 and HT2 toxin and thus diacetoxic skirpenol and ergot alkaloids, in which this discussion paper would indeed, highlight the issues and then see if there is a need to update the annexes to the code of practice for the prevention and reduction of mycotoxin contamination in cereals. This does not overlap with the work of Brazil, because Brazil will look at the aflatoxin issue, while this would then look, because we have in this code of practice specific annexes for trichotillins, including T2 and HT2 toxin, and we have also already a specific annex to this code of practice on ergot and ergot alkaloids. And so that would be looking at these two aspects to see if there is a need for an update on the specific measures related to these mycotoxins. And then secondly, of course, to see if there is a need to start the discussions on possible maximum levels for certain commodities for these issues, if there is also a need for extra data available from GEMS Food, and then also within that discussion paper we could discuss if there would be a call for data later, post CCF18, if indeed what would be the terms of reference for the call for data. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, that is greatly appreciated, EU, to pick this one up, and also doing as a whole, so that is also greatly appreciated. Are we in agreement? Well, if not, then you have to come to me, or you have to take it up yourselves, that could also be. I think we are warmly appreciated the offer EU has made to pick up this proposal. Then I'd like to go to the other recommendation of the USA, and that is whether we should consider reconvening this virtual working group for CCCF18, as we do not have new information presented. Well, this is maybe I didn't pose the question right. If I do pose it like this one, we do not reconvene this virtual working group at CCCF19. Will that be a problem? I'm looking also at the USA.
Thank you, Chair. But given the upcoming JECFA evaluation on arsenic, it would seem appropriate to reconvene in CCCF19.
That is a good idea. So I don't think anybody is in disagreement for this one. We then say we reconvene the virtual working group. So then I have a right side gesture. Then I try to draw the conclusion to see whether we are in agreement. CCCF18 has interest in conducting follow-up work on T2, HT2, and ergot alkaloid, starts an electronic working group chaired by the EU in English to prepare a discussion paper for CCCF19. And CCCF18 asks to reconvene the working group for CCCF19 on the follow-up work on the outcomes of JECFA evaluation and FAO-WHO expert consultations. I think we are all in agreement. Thank you for this. Then we turn to item number 21. The priority list of contaminants for evaluation by JECFA. Again, I can give the floor to USA, who has presented CRD03 with the results of the outcomes of the discussion on the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to take a moment to thank all the member countries and observers who participated in the virtual working group. And I will review the discussions and the decisions made. As you mentioned, they're also in CRD3. Can we have the presentation, please? Okay, we can go to the next slide. So the current priority list reviewed at the virtual working group includes dioxins and dioxin-like PCBs, arsenic, inorganic, and organic, scopoletin, thallium, perfluoroalkyl substances, and ethylene oxide, and 2-chloroethanol. So at the virtual working group, we started by reviewing any data availability updates to the priority list based on responses to the circular letter issued requesting information on the priority list, CL 2025-04CF. And we also took updates that were shared directly in the virtual working group. As you can see on the slide, updates were made for data availability on dioxins and dioxin-like PCBs from the European Union and the United States, arsenic, inorganic and organic, the United States, thallium from Japan, Singapore, and the United States, and PFAS, or perfluoroalkyl substances, Japan and the United States. And the next slide, please. As far as some additional updates from the VWG, for PFAS, the FAO JECFA Secretariat, speaking on behalf of WHO, provided an update on ongoing work in WHO on review and assessment of PFAS to help prepare for the JECFA evaluation. The chair reminded the virtual working group that there had been a suggestion at last year's virtual working group to change the term perfluoroalkyl substances on the list to per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, in other words, an editorial change. And the virtual working group last year had agreed to discuss this proposal again prior to CCCF18, but based on input from the JECFA Secretariat, we agreed to maintain the name as listed, perfluoroalkyl substances. The JECFA Secretariat also drew attention to the calls for data on dioxin and dioxin-like PCBs and arsenic that had been issued for JECFA 101. The deadline for the calls had been December 2024, but given that JECFA 101 will only cover arsenic, a new call for data will be issued for dioxins and dioxin-like PCB data closer to the evaluation for dioxins still to be scheduled. Next slide, please. So we also considered some new updates to substances for the priority list. There were 4 nominations submitted in responses to the circular letter. For ochratoxin A and cadmium and lead in yerba mate, the member countries introduced the nominations, and we recommended that both these substances be added to the priority list. Ochratoxin A for a full evaluation, and cadmium and lead in yerba mate, an impact assessment of different mLs for lead and cadmium. For 2 other substances, the working group chair introduced the nominations. These were copper and chromium, which were nominated by Mexico, and bisphenol A, which were nominated by Qatar. And the virtual working group concluded not to add these to the priority list this year. The recommendation of the VWG was that the nominating countries can repropose these compounds if desired with additional information for CCCF19. During the meeting, there was an informal nomination in the chat for iron filings in green tea, but the JECFA Secretariat noted that iron contamination from processing equipment or adulteration are quality problems with established approaches for reducing contamination. So we concluded, again, not to add this to the priority list. Next slide, please. So our recommendation is that CCCF18 should consider including the contaminants and naturally occurring toxicants identified in the table on the priority list of contaminants and naturally occurring toxicants proposed for evaluation by JECFA. And now I have to ask if Giuseppe can show the table itself. And we can scroll down slowly for dioxins. You can see we added data, and we can go to the next row. For arsenic, data were also added. For thallium, data were added, as well as for the next item, which if you could scroll, yes, perfluoroalkyl substances, and more data availability was mentioned. For ethylene oxide, just a note there were just an update that Indonesia confirmed that it would be working on data availability, but also requested assistance from FAO on data collection. For ochratoxin A, as I mentioned, we added this compound to the priority list for a full evaluation, and Turkey shared that they have occurrence data in dried fruits. For cadmium and lead in yerba mate, we added an impact assessment of maximum levels. It should be for lead and cadmium. And Brazil noted that they had consumption data for yerba mate and occurrence data on cadmium and lead. And then we can, I think, just scroll down. I think that's the end of the table. So that comes to the end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. Are there questions for clarification? No questions? So we go then to the recommendation. Qatar, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Qatar would like to acknowledge the recommendation of the virtual working group, which met prior to CCCF18, suggesting to postpone the consideration of the inclusion of bisphenol A to CCCF19. Unfortunately, we were not able to attend the virtual meeting of the working group. So Qatar would like to offer additional point for the consideration of the committee. Regulatory decision based on existing national risk assessment pertaining to bisphenol A, which have different conclusion, will be enforced as early as January 2027. Postponing meaning that JECFA guidance and possibly the consideration of work at this committee would be delayed accordingly. This would impede our ability to address such emerging issue in a timely manner, with possible disruption to global food trade and the absence of an international scientific guidance for countries not equipped with national risk assessment agencies. As to the data available, and while we would defer to JECFA for the availability of information supporting hazard characterization, we are of the view that many countries have been monitoring bisphenol A level in food, which would possibly lead to a satisfactory response to call for occurrence data in food. We also acknowledge and support the proposal made by the European Union to possibly include other bisphenols, such as bisphenol S and F, in the scope of the priority substances. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you, Qatar, for your input. If I understand correctly, you do not have additional information before 2027 to respond to a circular letter. Every year a circular letter will be given out where you can put additional information on so that it comes under the attention of this working group to see whether it is a priority. So it is good then to visualize that one. But if it sits on the priority list, it's not certain whether it can be taken up by JECFA, because JECFA still needs to weigh all the elements which are on the priority list, but also in regard to time, experts availability, capacity. So that is a second step which needs to be taken before JECFA evaluation starts. Does this clarify your statement?
Having it on the priority list is still a step forward, Madam Chair. Yes.
Thank you, Qatar. I have Indonesia. Indonesia, please go ahead. The microphone. Yes, but it should be somewhat louder. You're very softly incoming, so. Can you turn up the volume?
Yes, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. Indonesia would like to express appreciation for sharing this important work. And Indonesia would the Committee on Contaminants for agreeing to put ethylene oxide and to chloroethanol priority list for JECFA evaluation. But as a nation, firms in its view that the comprehensive evaluation of ethylene oxide and to chloroethanol by JECFA is of paramount of importance, and this evaluation is crucial for protecting consumers and for facilitating practices in the global food chain. Indonesia acknowledged that generating new and primary data to support JECFA evaluation of these compounds is quite challenging. However, Indonesia is still currently gathering occurrence data on these substances as much as possible to support the evaluation. With that, considering these practical constraints, Indonesia wishes to put forward an alternative approach for the committee's consideration. We propose to explicitly request JECFA to perform this assessment for ethylene oxide and to chloroethanol solely for the existing scientific literature. Again, specifically, we request that the evaluation is done separately for ethylene oxide and to chloroethanol, since there is an indication in the literature that 2-chloroethanol is not always originated as metabolite of ethylene oxide, and that 2-chloroethanol also behaves differently from ethylene oxide in the terms of its toxicity. We believe that this approach would allow for a timely and comprehensive evaluation based on available data and evidence, and we believe this pathway still allows for a robust assessment for vital for food safety. And furthermore, Indonesia is respectfully asking other members to provide data to JECFA so that the evaluation will be more rigorous, recognizing that issues related to ethylene oxide and 2-chloroethanol are also a shared concern for the global food chain. And also written comments regarding this available in the document number CX25/18/21. If it's agreeable, Indonesia would like this to be reflected in this meeting report. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Thank you, Indonesia. I give the floor to JECFA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we noted the comments from Indonesia. We also noted the comments from Qatar earlier, indicating the urgency that were connected to both requests or expressed with both requests. We will take this into consideration, as was already explained earlier, when we look at the priority list for JECFA from this committee. There are also other committees that have priority lists for work for JECFA. We will sit together as FAO and WHO and jointly decide what we can accomplish from the work program that all the committees task us with. And that is balanced by resources, by available data, and by a few other, like availability of suitable experts and a few other considerations. And we will report back then next year on what we can do. Thank you.
So thank you for the explanation. I have on my list Egypt. Egypt, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Egypt supports Qatar and the European Union to include bisphenyls in the scope of the priority substances. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Again, for now, there needs to be some more information to be provided to the working group to have it in the priority list. So please respond to the circular letter and give out all the information you have so it can be discussed in the working group, and then we see whether it is well, eligible for the priority list. Thank you again, Egypt. I have Oman. Oman, please go ahead.
Oman is supporting to the proposal made by Qatar for the inclusion of BBA to the priority of the evaluation by JEFCA. And having BBA on the opportunity list, it is an important step forward regarding the availability of resource at this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Oman, for the support for the bisphenol A. We take a note. I'm looking whether any other questions are present. No? Okay. Okay. Then I go to the recommendation. The recommendation states, consider including the contaminants and naturally occurring toxicants identified in Appendix 1 on the priority list of contaminants and naturally occurring toxicants proposed for the evaluation by JECFA. Can we endorse the current presented priority list, which you have shown in Appendix 1 of CRD 03? We conclude to endorse the priority list as presented in Appendix 1 of CRD 03. And are we in agreement to reconvene the working group in the weeks before the next session? I conclude that we are in agreement to reconvene the working group in the weeks before the next session. So thank you, and again, please provide additional information about concerns and to bring in data to back up priorities in response to the circular letter, which will be published after CCCF8. And please follow the instructions in the circular letter so we can take it up easily in the working group. So thank you. Oh, I can see that Jacfa would like to raise a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to add some comments. You may have heard us saying that before. Currently, the work of JACFA is resource limited, i.e. money in terms of resources. So if there is interest of member states to support the work of JACFA to accelerate the review of substances, please write to Moaz, write to me. We gladly will work with you to help accelerate the work of JACFA and to ensure that we can support your requests in a timely manner or as timely as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a good way to get started, but still we need information and data, if else we don't have anything to start on. So this is a combination that we would like to have. Thank you. Then we move to... Oh, sorry, I have Paraguay on my list. Paraguay, please go ahead.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. We wanted to ask to include Paraguay in the work together with Brazil. We produce and use and export yerba mate, and we have information on the presence, the occurrence, that we can contribute to this kind of work. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Paraguay. So we take note of it, and please do enter also in the circular letter, so that is also then presented to the committee. So I got a comment from Codex Secretariat. We will put you down in the table that you have occurrence data next to Brazil, so that you can together give out these data if it is taken up by JACFA, right? Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, señor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Uruguay also wanted to ask JACFA the evaluation of yerba mate together with Uruguay, Paraguay, and Brazil. We use the product a lot, and we have information, we have data about cadmium and lead in yerba mate. And we have data about these substances in infusions. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Uruguay. We also put you down in the table 1 so that we know you have information that can be taken up by JACFA when they start evaluating. Yes? Thank you. I'm looking at my screen. I have no other additions. Then I would like to conclude this item and go to item number 22, other business. So, other business. With the discussion on the adoption of the agenda, we have identified several items which needs to be discussed under this item, and also Canada has raised 2 issues under item 19 to be discussed under this other business. So I first would like to get these topics to the floor. US, you have a statement about recycling. Please, could you elaborate on the recycling?
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to reiterate its intent to submit a new work proposal at CCCF18 to develop guidance related to food safety aspects of recycled materials in food packaging. The 47th session of the Commission recalled the general support for work in this area, and the United States especially appreciates the input received from certain interested members in the development of a discussion paper and potential project document, which we look forward to submitting for consideration by CCCF18 next year. Thank you.
And is to the title, the discussion paper is for development of guidelines related to food safety aspects of use of recycled plastic in food packaging?
Recycled materials in food packaging. So the complete title is Guidance Related to Food Safety Aspects of Recycled Materials in Food Packaging.
Okay. So are there any comments or questions about this proposal? Canada?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to the U.S. for discussing this. Canada remains very interested in participating in this work. I did want just to get some clarity. Am I to understand that this will now fall under CCCF rather than CCFA?
Yes, it's under CCCF.
Okay.
Would you like to join?
We would very much like to join.
In the form of participation or?
Whatever is needed.
USA, how would you like to have Canada participating with you?
We would be happy to have Canada participate as a co-chair in development of a discussion paper. I did want to also clarify one point, that these guidelines that we're proposing, or the discussion paper we're proposing, is on the use of recycled plastics in food packaging. So not all materials, just recycled plastics. Thank you.
China, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And just as we have the Codex committee, the position, China opposition to initiate this discussion on the work at the current stage. The Codex announcement is permanent intended to address for the safety concern and promoted fair trade. At present, there is no evidence indicating that the recycled material pose urgent issue related to food safety or fair trade. Therefore, it does not fill in the priority or focus the area of the Codex announcement just at the commission meeting. Further, just because the Codex currently lacks any stand or guideline on the food contact material in general, which means there is no established base for considered recycled material specifically, and we wonder which subcommittee should take this position. If the with the edited in the contact material, it should be in this committee or the food additive committee. The developing of the Codex stand or guideline must be underpinned by robust scientific advice. So we suggest the FL and the WHO are called related scientific work in this area first, and then scientific foundation is not yet sufficient to support the launch of this work. In light of the concern, China recommended that the CCF defeat further discussion of this proposal and first go to the FLWHO and the Codex committee convention to discuss it, especially in the AQ2 committee to discuss this in the better. That's the position. Thank you. Just between.
So thank you, China. For clarity, the discussion paper does not entail new work. It gives out all kinds of views on this specific topic and whether we should or should not do anything about it. So that is actually the first step that we are taking, and it needs to be put down in a discussion paper, and then we can reflect on it, whether we think it sits good in this committee or not. But that will be a decision which will be done in the next CCCF, if anything comes out of the discussion paper. But we now only say, put together all the information and present it to plenary, and then we agree upon which step to take forward. So everything will be, well, I'm looking at the USA, put together in one paper to have it on the table for all of you to see and to well, make this decision on whether to, which kind of steps you would like to need it.
We just want this CCCF committee take this position, or just to our subcommittee, not just the CCCF committee. I just want for the Codex, yeah, secretarial.
Thank you. I'm looking at the USA. USA?
Thank you, Chair. I believe this is the correct committee, and this has been discussed before, but let the Codex Secretariat comment on that. But as you rightly point out, we're not starting new work. We're just having a discussion paper, and it may be premature to start talking about chairs and co-chairs. We have a number of interested members who have reached out to us. We'll be happy to take their input in the development of a discussion paper, but I think that might be a better way to go than to start identifying, chairs and co-chairs at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have EU.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, indeed, also the EU indeed supports this important work on this guidance related to food safety aspects, to the use of recycled plastics in food packaging, and the EU will actively participate and contribute to the work of it without need to being nominated as a co-chair. Thank you.
Okay. Japan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Japan is also very interested in the guidance of recycled plastic material for food packaging. So, if possible, we would like to co-work with US and Canada for preparing a discussion paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. So to backtrack a little on my wording, US stated that they have an intent to make a proposal for work on preparing a discussion paper for development of and guidelines for development and guidelines related to food safety aspects of recycled plastic in food packaging. And Japan and Canada have agreed to co-work on this issue so they can be in touch with the US to take the edge a little bit off of it. Yes? Can we agree to this? Thank you. Then we go to the second item. The second item was to prepare an intent. Oh, I have a flag from IU FOST.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We very much support the idea of the development of this discussion paper related to food safety issues pertaining to recycled material, and our hope that also that this discussion paper will open the perspective of discussions of the matters related to food contact applications, which tend to be amongst the highest evolutionary and areas of innovation from the food science and technology community and food production communities alike, where we believe that international standardization may be required at some point. So this could be also opening the perspective of at least initiating some ideas as to where international standardization and harmonization of practices could be considered within the context of the Codex Alimentaris Commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, IFOS, for your support on this. I will continue with the second item, which has been put down on the adoption of the agenda, and that was brought forward by Turkey. Turkey would like to take up the work on preparing a discussion paper for the development of a code of practice for Aflatoxin A in dried fruit. Is this correct, Turkey?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Are we in agreement? And Turkey has also asked for some co-working. If anybody is interested in co-working. Turkey, please.
Thank you, Chair. For clarification, will you please say again the title, to be sure?
To be sure. So you're preparing for a discussion paper for the development of a code of practice for Aflatoxin A in dried fruit. This is a discussion paper, and in CCCF18 we will discuss the further steps on this one. So no new work is starting yet. This will be discussed in CCCF19. Yes?
In fact, since Aflatoxin A is a well-known topic for Codex, and there are also maximum levels for certain food groups and code of practices for those groups, and also there are available literature on biological, chemical, and physical prevention and reduction cautions for Aflatoxin A.
Although we didn't support a draft code of practice now, Turkey forward its suggestion to submit the project document for submission to Commission 48. Thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. So are we in agreement for a discussion paper for CCCF18? Yes, we are. Then we have a matter from the marine biotoxin MLs. And can I ask Codex Secretariat? So Canada, if you could again pose the question to the plenary so we know what we're talking about, so Codex Secretariat can respond to the question.
Sure. So we did receive some comments. This was part of our agenda item number 19, the review of Codex standards. So there are 5 marine biotoxin MLs that are currently in the commodity standards, and we are looking for a mechanism to transfer those over into the general standards. And so we would seek the Secretariat's advice on how to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to Canada for clarifying the question. What the Secretariat would propose is that the committee could request the Secretariat to, not to transfer, but to copy those MLs from the commodity standards like the bivalve standard and so on into 193. And by doing so, it will help this committee keep an eye out for possible review in the future, because if we only have it in the commodity standard, it makes it difficult and we might lose sight of those biotoxin levels and the need for possible review. But I just want to take a step back to explain why I'm saying not to move it from the, not to transfer by taking it away from the commodity standard and only having it in 193, but having it in 2 places in the meanwhile. And the reason is that if you look at the procedural manual, generally commodity standards should have a reference to 193. However, they are also allowed, if they feel there's justification, to have those levels for contaminants in the commodity standard and to send it for endorsement to CCCF, which is what the Fish Committee did many, many years ago. Now, the Fish Committee is, while it is apparently still active, it is not quite active because it doesn't have an agenda, and CAC is still going to be looking at whether there is sufficient items for them to discuss. So once they are fully active, the Secretariat will inform them of this decision, the proposal that I'm putting now to the committee, to see whether they will agree to removing it from the commodity standard and having it only in one place, because if you have it in 2 places, you could end up with inconsistencies, et cetera, but for the moment, the proposal is to ask the Secretariat to copy it into 193 and we can inform the Commission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is it for a good response to your question? Okay, that's good. So we go along with the proposed pathway. And then we have the second item or issue that has been raised by Canada. That is actually the issue about using synonyms destined for further processing and intended for further processing. Is this correct, or would like to pose a question?
This is yes, this is the wording, and so again, I think we're seeking your feedback around how that should be dealt with.
So it raises actually the question how to harmonize the terminology, and I would like to ask Plenary who would like to make a short proposal to consider it next year. How to go about using these sentiments and how to harmonize the wording about destined for further processing and intended for further processing. UK, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is in relation to the previous point on the work proposed by Turkey on Aflatoxin A. We would be happy to support this work as co-chair in the development of the project document and the discussion paper. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. I think it's much appreciated. I'm looking at Turkey. They are nodding, so it's a done deal. Then we go back to a short proposal to have the issue raised about using synonyms about destined for further processing and intended for further processing, and how to harmonize this terminology. There are not many linguists in the room, I guess. Okay, then we leave it as it is for now, and if the issue still remains there, we raise it again next year. Canada? Would that be a good way to go? Thank you. So we now have discussed the items which has been on this agenda of the other business. We do have some time. I already stated in the adoption of the agenda that the host secretariat and the Codex secretariat has prepared a document on the evaluation of organizing the CCCF, and it's actually more like how are things done? Are you being hospitality treated? Like these kinds of questions, and we have drafted a small document with all kinds of information, and also to acknowledge and raise the awareness that you fill in out questionnaires, and we really do look at the questionnaires. So it's not sitting in a corner of the room. So you have from us a small document where we have looked at all the points that has been raised and how we are dealing with it or still dealing with it. And for me, we have some time, so 10 minutes, if you would like to add on this document, and I already raised in the adoption of the agenda that you can still make comments after this meeting, about 2 weeks. Just please transfer your comments to our email addresses so we can take it up still, and then we try to better the work also in how to deal with the conferencing, how to deal with sharing, and how to deal with you. So I open the floor for 10 minutes if you would like to address anything about this document. Brazil.
In fact, it's a clarification because we propose to include in other business our work regarding the identify which maximum levels that we already have in 193, that we don't have the related methods of analysis to check the compliance. So in 234, that is the general standard of recommended methods. So we propose to have a new a discussion paper to identify which maximum levels that we still need a recommended method of analysis, and bring some conclusion and suggestion regarding maybe performance criteria or method of analysis in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and we forgot about this one, so my apologies. Are we in agreement that Brazil takes up this work? Thank you. So we're getting another discussion paper at CCCF18. We will put it down in our agenda, which we will discuss in a bit. Thank you, Brazil. So coming back at the other issue, if you have anything to add about the evaluation which has been put down in the website, you can do so now or give comments within 2 weeks. I think we did a proper work because you don't have anything to add or anything to comment on. So thank you for your support in this one. Then we will take stock of all the decisions taken in this session to provide you an overview of the agenda. Please bear us with 5 minutes so we can take everything into account which we have addressed. So within 5 minutes we will put the provisional agenda for CCCF18 on the screen so everybody knows which we are heading for. So 5 minutes, a short break, and then we can look at the agenda. Okay, we are ready to start the last minutes of this session. Please get in. So, thank you very much for your patience. It is always good to know what we are doing and what we have done, and that will be reflected in our agenda of CCCF18. So we have made up the tentative agenda, and Giuseppe will bring it up the screen so you can look with me together to see whether you recognize all the topics discussed for work in CCCF19. So these are actually the 1 to item 4 are the usual standard agenda items. Then we go to item number... It's not on the screen yet. Oh, sorry, it's not on the screen yet. I can see it, but you can't. My screen is visualizing. There it is. So agenda item 1 to 4, these are the standard items on the agenda. So we continue with 5. Can you scroll down a little bit, Giuseppe? 5, 6, 7. So here we have the Code of Practice for the Prevention and Reduction of Cadmium Contamination in Food, the revision of the practice to prevent and reduce pyrrolizidine alkaloid contamination in food and feed, and the Code of Practice for the Prevention and Reduction of tropane alkaloids in food and feed, 2 in the STEP procedures. Yes? So we continue with the toxins. To have the revision of Code of Practice for the reduction of aflatoxin B1 in raw materials and supplemented feeding stuffs for milk-producing animals. And what we have agreed upon, the JECFA call for data in aflatoxins in cereals to be discussed in plenary for the call for CCCF20. Then we continue with the discussion papers. So the review of the Code of Practice for the reduction of acrylamide in foods, the revision of methylmercury in tuna, so that's the new topic from New Zealand, guidance on the application of mLs to spice mixtures, which we also agreed upon today, development of a Code of Practice in ochratoxin A in dried fruit, which has been proposed by Turkey. Further work of guidance on data analysis for the development of maximum level for improved data collection. That is explicitly a discussion paper because it will enter the annexes 1, 2, and 4 and the issues raised. Then we have T2, HT2, DAS, and ergot alkaloid discussion paper, which we have agreed upon today. We have guidelines related to food safety aspects of recycled plastics in food packaging, which we have agreed upon today, and the identification of methods for mLs in 193, for which there are no methods in CXS 234, which we agreed upon just 2 minutes ago. And we have the general issues, that is the future work of guidance on data analysis for development of maximum levels for improved data collection. So these are the annexes 3, 5, and 6, which we have agreed upon. So these are the general issues. And then we go to our standard agenda of a review of the Codex standards, the follow-up work, and the priority list. So you can see, European Union, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under agenda item 18, there should be also the issues for further discussion, which are currently in Appendix 2 to CXCF25, 18, 15. So this would be part of it. So in addition to the 3 annexes mentioned, well, in fact, the 3, 5, 6, these are already points for agenda item 14. So I think what you mean here with 18 is then the other annexes, 1, 1, 2, and 4. So, in fact, we discussed that we would have indeed already, we agreed that indeed it is appropriate to have a combination of Annex 3 and 5 and the glossary of terms as priority for the annexes. And as regards the work on the other annexes, be it 1, 2, and 4, that there we would indeed have a discussion paper together with the topics for future discussion, which are currently put in Appendix 2 to CCCF 25/18/15. So that is what
yes,
should be.
I think we add on agenda item 14 the other issues discussed. This is just the idea where we put things. So so it would be on the 14, right?
Okay, okay, and other points.
Yeah.
Okay, but then that you can then drop 18.
Do you not want to give out your work on annexes 3, 5, and 6? So this is under item 14 is actually the specific discussion paper.
Okay, okay, okay.
And the other is just the ongoing work.
Okay, that's
yeah?
okay. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, good. I have Costa Rica. Costa Rica, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In item 17, we would be willing to co-chair together with Brazil that work for item 17, yeah.
Thank you. I see Brazil having thumbs up.
Very welcome.
Okay, that's good. Okay, so this is the agenda. Again, I'm always, sorry, do we have a flags up again? No? No? Okay. I know you're always anxious, and I'll get the anxious report before the meeting. Are we going to finish? But I think it can be done. We are still in our time, and we have done a huge amount of work. So I think still it can be done. If it can't be done, I will raise the issues with my electronic working group chairs to see how we fit in either the CCCF20. So don't be worried that we are strenuously, wearing out my chairs or wearing out you. So we think we can manage this, but we have to look into it, and I'm having, my eyes on it. Thank you. Turkey, yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. On item 6, Code of Practice is missing. On item 6 of the agenda, Code of Practice is missing. Revision of the...
Thank you for this precision. Okay, so this concludes this item, so any other business item, and then we continue with the item number 23. So that is the next CCCF. The Netherlands is again co-hosting. Yes, 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 we like co-hosting. And I would like to give the floor to the head of delegation of Egypt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like to inform you that Egypt appreciates and honors to co-host the next meeting in October 2026 for CCCF18 in Egypt. And we welcome to organize all arrangements in this concern with CCCF's Secretariat and Codex Secretariat. Thank you again, and we look forward to seeing you in Egypt. Thank you.
This is greatly appreciated, Egypt, and we would like to travel to your country and, well, appreciate your hospitality for CCCF18. And for the exact dates, it will be starting on 19 October till 23 October, for those who are still looking for the exact dates. Well, thank you for this. Then we will, coming to actually the end of the meeting, and I know we all shed a tear because we have to go away, yet Friday is a report session, and it would be very nice to see you all again on Friday in the room or online to look at the report carefully. So in writing the report, we will follow the present Codex rules. That is to say, we will report the general conclusions of the discussion and the position of different groups without mentioning individual countries or organizations. And this is with the exception of cases where a member has a reservation or has insisted during the meeting on being mentioned. So you get the report at the latest at 9, and please communicate typos and corrections regarding the translating text directly to the Codex Secretariat at codex@fao.org. And it will be available in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and French, in the morning on the Friday, 27th of June, 9 hours at latest, and we will start the draft adoption process on Friday at 1100, and we will try to finish at 1400 with your discretion. I know some people... The report will be at latest at 9, yeah? So maybe somewhat earlier, but we are focusing on the end time of 9 o'clock. So some people will not stay for the adoption of the report, and therefore I would like to acknowledge now the work that has been done for explicitly all the chairs of the electronic working groups, physical working groups, and pre-session working groups, and in-session working groups. So your work on and behind the scene has made it possible to advance the work of CCCF, and your clear presentation has helped our committee a lot. So in alphabetical country order, I thank you, Larissa Porto and Lydia Schreiner from Brazil, Beth Elliott, Rosalie Award, and John Field from Canada, Yingyong Wu from China, Frans Verstraeten from the EU, Reba Abraham, Usrani Dandamudi, and Subraj T from India, Devrim Kilic from Turkey, and Eileen Abt and Lauren Robin from the USA. And of course, I would like to thank also the co-chairs for helping India, the Netherlands, Saudi Arabia, and the United Kingdom and United States of America for their contributions to the different electronic working groups. And I rest here because I think we owe them an applause. So I also would like to thank Melwes because you will be also leaving and we will not see you on Friday. So thank you sitting in on the head table and giving us your advice and expertise for having this discussion straightened out. Thanks for this. And for tonight, just a message to the heads of delegations. We will be leaving at 18:45 from the Millennium Hotel, and you should bring your invitation. And again, the report will be on Friday, 9 a.m., and we will starting discussion at 11. So enjoy your free Thursday. That's the gift to you.
Recording stopped.